this, baby.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to the casino at Dania Beach for tonight. The world's fastest game gets together with our second tournament game in the Dania Beach Invitational, in addition to preceding that 9 games of the world's fastest game with win, play, show. Quinella exacta trifecta bets on all games 1 through 9. The Partidito game 10, since it's only 2 teams, is win betting only. Game 1 starts the early daily double, our second daily double. Game 8 We have 2 pick threes, game 3 and game 7. And in the pick 3, you're trying to get the winners of 3 games in a row. And game 6 is the pick 4, which is 4 winners in a row. Games 3, 6, and 9 are spectacular 9 scoring. And also feature the Superfecta, where 4th place could be yours. If you want to bet on that, you could try for it straight or box it. We have no scratches to report tonight, thankfully. Our Partidito game number 10 will begin about 5 minutes after game 9 does. Players will get a short warm-up. Aran and Eki teamed up against Vicente and Oyardi. And again, you'll have a little bit of time to place a win bet. You could always advance that also if you'd like. Not a bad idea in case there is a line. And then we'll kick it off. It'll be 15 straight points. There are no double points in a Partidito. And some different rule changes we'll bring up as we are we get closer to the Partidito. There's a couple of things that are a little bit different as opposed to the first 9 games you'll see tonight. We're back tomorrow, by the way, with a doubleheader at 1 and 7. And tomorrow night will also be 10 games, although no Partidito. And then Sunday, the matinee at 1 o'clock before we rest on Monday. This broadcast is brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center, where they speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Tonight's uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Champions Corner is with us tonight. Over there we've got some cool Dania Highlight t-shirts and hoodies. And also a chance for you to order for the grill. There are some grill items there, and then you can order it there and then go pick it up. And you can probably watch a game of highlight, go grab your food, and it's nice and convenient. There's also drinks and snacks there as well. And Champions Corner is sponsored by Dolphin Jewelers, where you can treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers. Just down the street, they're at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention Highlight for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage powered by TPI, driven to connect. For our fans in Connecticut, place your highlight wagers at mywinners.com, the #1 betting outlet in the state of Connecticut. Mywinners.com, where Connecticut bets on highlight. If you are forced to leave early tonight but are still interested in the Partidito, you can watch it live on YouTube. All of our games are streamed live on our YouTube channel, Dania Beach Highlight. It's free to subscribe, and we do encourage you to do that. We'd love to have as many subscribers as possible. You can watch live performances and take a look back at past ones. So if you happen to miss this Partidito tonight, it'll be there for you in the morning. We have 9 minutes to post for game number 1. Again, we have no scratches. We do have a special 10th game Partidito tonight. Have a wonderful evening. Best of luck. And I know some of you are here early. I hope you stick around for the entire evening. 3 minutes till game number 1, 3 minutes. A hearty welcome, everybody, one more time. We do ask before our first point of the night that all who are able please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Time for our first game tonight, Spectacular 7 singles with Argoitia, post 1, serving to Solaya in post number 2. This Spectacular 7 game has double points at the end of the opening round, and it's the beginning of the early daily double. It's singles. The night has begun. That's Argoitia leaping into the cement. One to one. Javier in the white shirt, post 3. Upper cushion, point to 1. Garcia, post 4. Point to 4 and a good right side from Garcia. Here's Tambor in the black shirt of post number 5. Ramate Garcia, 24. Now Gorka in the gold, post number 6. Taking that at the highest point, Gorka powers the right side. Point 6. Donnell, post 7. Point 6. Chanika in the 8 post, completing round 1. Gorka with a rebote, and Shanika is going to capture that midcourt. Too low on the 2-0, point to 6. The double point round starting with Gorka serving to Celaya in post 2. Point to 6. Gorka with a possible game point at post 6. Here's Javier, post 3. Double point in game, post number 6. Playoff for place and show, 1 will serve 4. That is out of bounds. Point of the 1 for his 3rd. Gorka with a run out in game number 1, post 6. Argoitia second, post 1. Garcia third in post number 4. 6-1 exacta for 45.80. The Quinella 1-6, 22.20, and a 6-1 4 $2 try, 188.80. Second game singles is next. The first half of the early daily double is a 6. Spectacular 7 singles is coming at you next. Win, play, show, Quinella, exacta, and trifecta betting available on game number 2. Last call for your second game selections, last call. This is game 2 singles, spectacular 7 scoring. Garcia in the red, serving to Lebois in post 2. Garcia's post number 1. All points are doubling after the first round. This is a 7-point game. And the game is on. Good grab there by Lebois. Point 2. Donnell in post 3. That's an ace, point 2. Ken Pendeghi, post 4. Point 2. Oleron, post 5. Point to 5. Johan in the goal, post 6. 2 all for Johan, point to 6. Laborde in post number 7. Point to 7. Ahmet's in the 8 post. Perfect throw, point 7. Post 1 is Garcia as the points are double. Big bounce, point to 7. Donnell in post 3. Run down nicely by Donnell. Big right side return, point to 3. Ken Pendeghi in post 4. Point to 4. Lebois, post 2. It's an ace for Ken Pendeghi, point to 4. Point to 5. Johan, post 6. Swung back into play by Oleron. Johan's going to run this down and use the entire court to win the point for the 6. Mets in post 8. Point of the 8. Garcia, post 1. And that ball was juggled. It wasn't cleanly caught. Point to the 1. Each player has at least 2. Here's Garcia and Laborde. Laborde receiving in post 7. Beautiful catch by Garcia. Point to 7. Possible game point for Laborde in post 7. Here's Donnell, post 3. Possible game point for post 7. Laborde, scoop. Double pointing game to Laborde in post number 7. Ken Pendeggi second at post 4. The 3-way show playoff at 2 serving 5 and 6 on deck. Point 2. Possible show point for post 2. Here's Johan at post 6. Show the 2. Laborde wins game 2 in post 7. Can Pandegi the place in post 4. And the 2, Libois is third. 7-4 exacta, $402. 4-7 Quinella, $150. Trifecta 7-4-2, $482.20, and a 6-7 daily double, $144.20. Game 3 is next. Spectacular 9-scoring doubles game. Pick 3 will be involved here. The Superfecta is also in play. Game 3 starts the early Pick 3 in 6 minutes. Don't forget, stick around tonight. Game number 10, special. Winner take all. Partidito, 15 points, no double points. Aral and Eki versus Vicente and Oyardi. That'll be following game number 9. Last call for betting on the third game, Spectacular 9 and the pick 3. Last call. Game 3, Spectacular 9. Doubles featuring the superfecta in the start of the pick 3. Tombor and Urachua in the red at post 1. They're serving the Chanika and Laborde in the blue, post 2. Points are doubling after round 1. The game is on. One to one. Johan and Del Pesh, post 3. Salai at a time, post 4. One scores there. Here's the 5, Garcia and Ken Pendeggi. Two, all about the winner. What do you want? Metz and Argoitia in the gold post sig. Catch by Urachua. And Urachua couldn't quite hang on, 0.6. Javier and Gorka post 7. Six gets that one. Here's the 8, Oleron and Donnell. Scooped up by Oleron. Point to the 6. The double point round in this 9-point game begins with Chanika and Laborde in post 2. Johan Chinika, I should say, on that Rebote. Point 6. Johan and Delpeche, post 3. Into the wall and couldn't quite hang on. Point to 6. It's possible game point for Metz and Argoitia in post 6. Here's Celaya and Atine in the 4. Possible game point post 6. Metz with a tough catch at the hip there. Time there in the corner, line 14. Point to 4. The 5, Garcia and Ken Pandegi. Point 5. Tom Moore and Urachua back in post 1 with 4 points. Remate by Tambor, point to 1. Javier and Gorka, post 7. Tabor, that is going to be caught, but not kept in play. Point to one. Possible game point now for the one, Tabor and Urachua. Here's the 8, Oleron and Donnell. Point to the 8. Janika on the board, post 2. Catch by Oleron. Point 8. Now the 3, Johan and Del Pesh. Great catch there by Oleron. A Costado, and a very well thrown one. Can it get there? Nope. Point 3. Back with possible game point, it's Amets and Argoitia in post number 6. They have the possible game point. 3 will serve. And Amets scores for the 6. They take the game. 1 is second, 8 is third. But we have one more spot to fill. That's 4th place. 4 will serve to 5 and 3 on deck. Great catch there by Celaya. Tries a little Tejada. Didn't work. Garcia ripping into that right side. It's going to come way out. Five scores. Now they have possible quad point. Serving to three, Johan and Delpeche. Point to five. They are fourth. Metz and Argoitia take the win in post number 6. Tombor and Urachua second to post 1. Oleron and Danell third to post 8. The 5 is fourth. That was Garcia and Canpendeggi. 6-1 Exacta, 112.60, 1-6 Quinella, 62.40, 6-1-8 $2 try, $1,578.20, and the $1 superfecta, $28.89.50. The dime version, $288.95. Pick 3, first number 6. Game 4, Spectacular 7 is next. That doubles game will begin in about 7 minutes.
Hey everybody in YouTube land, how you guys doing? Is this thing on? Is this mic on? Last time I came on, the mic wasn't on. Where's Dave Lamont? Where is everybody? I'm up here all by myself with his. He's got a visitor up here, but He doesn't have a microphone. Anyways, just came up to say hello. It's Partidito night. I think Dave. Did Dave leave? Oh, he went to the bathroom. He's not allowed to go to the bathroom. Anyway, so tonight is Partidito night. We got a good game, I believe. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about coming down the pike in the month of January as well as February. Oh, look, there he is. Hey, Dave. The people in YouTube, every time you leave, they get extremely worried. And when you don't show up, and the other Dave, was he Dave 2 or Dave 3?
He'd probably be Dave Mitch, Dave 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
They get very, very antsy, man.
Well, I just went to go fill up water.
But don't leave. Don't leave us anymore. Just
stay
there.
How funny. I was going to talk to you about that.
Oh, no. Are you guys ready for this? Oh, geez. All right, so I wanted to come up and let all my employees know what a better way via YouTube that we are going to have some special performances coming up soon. And they're not really special. They were put on the schedule. I think we talked about it. We're going to have one on Martin Luther King Day, which is Sunday. I'm sorry.
Oh, you are?
Monday, January 19th.
Oh, yeah. Okay. See, when I booked that trip for that weekend, I didn't know that.
Yeah, don't extend it. It's too late.
Today I come home.
It's too late.
It's too late.
What time? What time? Do you make it for the matinee?
No.
Okay.
Because I didn't think I was working.
Oh, see? You see?
We
don't pay you to think, buddy.
Apparently not. Hold on.
I'm just playing around. And by the way, everybody, the other day, Dave and I were sitting here just watching the game, and I turned to him and I told him that he is the voice of highlight. He is a great announcer, and I also sincerely said that I rarely say that, so I just felt I'd not only say it to you, but say it to the world in case nobody noticed. So we are going to be playing that Monday, which is the 19th of January.
1 o'clock?
Yes, a 1 o'clock matinee. We're calling it special because we don't usually play. Oh, you turned the music back on?
I did because I'm an idiot.
I turned it off. All right, so here's what I think everybody needs to know. So, the players are playing a lot of games. We're playing a lot of performances. And also in February, we have the week of the Biscayne Cup, where we're also playing a special matinee on Monday. We're playing the normal double on Tuesday. We applied to play Wednesday because we want to play some partidos that Wednesday night. So we'll be playing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we had to kind of figure out a way to give players a rest during those long periods of play. So we came up with what we're calling Super Singles. We were going to call it Super Singles Sunday, but we're adding Mondays in there, so it doesn't really. It doesn't flow. It doesn't flow. So here's what we're doing the test run on the 18th and the 19th. Go ahead. I see you pick up that other mic. I get nervous.
No, they're not going to. Last call for betting game 4.
See, you would have screamed over me. So on Sunday, the 18th of January, we're going to play 9 games of singles. Okay. And then the next day, which is the special Monday Martin Luther King Day, we're also going to play 9 games of all singles. And we're calling it Super Singles because we're going to add 2 more superfectas to the performance.
Okay.
So we'll have, instead of the normal 3 superfectas, we're going to have 5 superfectas that day. And all other bets, the pick 3, the pick 4, the daily double, everything. So we'll have more 5 9-point games. But that'll give me the opportunity to bring in 10 or 11 players on Sunday and give 10 or 11 players a day off. And then the Monday, we'll switch it up and another 10 or 11 players will play.
So nobody will play 2 days in a row.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And that way, when we get to February, that we're playing, I think it's like 12 days in a row, we're going to do it that Sunday, that Monday, and then the following Sunday as well to give everybody a break. All right, so we wanted to roll that out so people could start thinking about it. Look, I don't mean to be negative about it, but don't criticize it. We're doing it for the players to rest, and we're doing it so we don't have to cancel any performances.
In fact, you're getting extra.
There you go. See? You're always a positive one. All right, let's get Game 4 started.
Are we ready?
We'll talk a little bit later about the Partidito and about everything else that the people want to talk about in the chat.
This is game 4, spectacular 7 doubles. Janika and Gorka in the red of post 1, serving Johan and Delpeche in the blue of post number 2. Ball touched to the backcourt, point to 1. Post 3, Celaya and Argoitin. Point to 3. Metz and Laborde, post 4. That ball was juggled. Point to 3. Javier Danel, post 5. Out of bounds, point to 3. Libois or Achua, post 6. Over serve, point to 6. Post 7, Oleron and Ken Pendeggi. Perfectly placed, point 6. Now the 8, Tom Moore with the tie. Good catch there by Ty. Or the 8. The double point round starting with the 2, Johan and Delpeche. Tried to go to the inside, caught the crack. The Ramate, great hustle by Tombor to get over there, and his Cortada perfectly placed from the wood. Point of the 8. Here's Shanika and Gorka, post 1. One will get a double point there. Here is the 4, Ametson Laborde. At the very back wall, Gorka with a tough catch. Inside placement, and Gorka almost had that from all the way back there. Point to 4. Javier and Donnell, post 5. The cortada from the wood, that's perfectly placed. Nicely done by Javier, point to 5. Now Celaya and Argoitia back with 3 points in post number 3. Underserve, point 3. Possible game point for Celaya and Argoitia in post 3. Here's Oleron and Ken Pandegi in post 7. Seven scores there. Here is Libois and Urachua, post 6. Strong left side by Ken Pandegi, point to post number 7. Now here is Johan and Delpeche in post 2. Seven scores. Possible game point for Oleron and Ken Pandegi. Here's Tom Bourne at tie in post 8. Possible game point for the 7. Oleron sweeps it into play, and that'll be double point end game, post number 7. Post 3 is second. This is show point. 1 serves 8. Point of the 8 for show. Your fourth game saw the 7 win it, Oleron and Ken Pendeghi. Coming in second, the 3, Celaya and Argoitia. And the 8, Tom Bernatine, took the show. 7-3 Exacta, 240-60, 3-7 Quinella. 42-20, 7-3-8 try, 15-28-60. Game 5 singles coming up. Spectacular 7 scoring. Don't forget about tonight's Partidito. That's going to be a special 10th game, 15 points. You can win bet on this. It'll be Aran and Eki, Vicente and Oyardi, the 4th seed versus the 5th seed, with the winner moving into the semifinals on January 30th against the top seeds, Johan and Gorka. Every Friday in January, we either have a quarterfinal or a semi, as you see on the big board. Tambor, Argoitia, Libois, Danel, that's next week. And then the final quarterfinal, Garcia and Atine, 2 versus number 7, Oleron and Laborde. That's all coming up. We'll be going to the semis and the championship on February 13th. Post time, 6 minutes for Game 5 singles. All right, we left a few dangling participles when we left you all, so let's get back to work here, Benny, and tell folks what else they might need to know.
Are we going to talk about highlight, or you want to talk some personal stuff?
No, I have nothing to add in the world of personal stuff.
We were talking about bowling a few seconds ago. I told you the most iconic moment in bowling is when I bowled a strike, hitting both bumpers, the left bumper and then the right bumper, right up the middle for a strike.
No, I can't top that. So
I know. I'm telling you, that was iconic. I'm surprised it didn't make ESPN.
Yeah.
No, I think I covered it. We're going to be doing the super singles and a couple of extra superfectas, and we're going to try to do an in-house promotion. I don't know if anybody's going to show up here on Martin Luther King Day, but maybe they will. And hopefully we'll make it fun for the people. The players are, it's funny because I thought about it after we got off the air. I thought that I haven't even told the players this yet.
I bet they found out.
Yeah, I'm sure they're listening.
When you go
right
back
now.
there later tonight.
But it's not. It really more than anything is because it all happened. It all developed this afternoon. Like I talked about it a little bit yesterday, and I'm just trying to figure out a way to give these guys a little bit of a break midway through. And down in the mutuals department, our good friend Randy was on board with it. He thought it was a great idea. He said, make it fun, try to get the people involved and engaged. And so that's what we're going to try to do. For the players, I think they look at it as, I don't have to split my prize money with anybody.
That is
so
also true.
If I win 2 games, it's like it's like winning 4 games actually in the doubles. I don't think they know about the 9-point games because You know, I don't think any of us are very fond of those. We're not betting, we're playing.
Right, and or announcing, but
you know,
you got so many guys that are so eager to play. I mean,
Yeah.
when I come in here, it's usually a little bit after 6, and there's a bunch of guys out there warming up, just goofing off, or sometimes
these guys. They got. Well, I don't want to say they got mad at me because they don't. You know, they get mad at me, but they don't display it. But I think it was Tuesday. Like 5 different guys came to me and asked me to give them a ball so they could come practice on Wednesday. And I told them no. I said, that's our rest day. You're not practicing. And they actually, they looked disappointed. It's like, you're not practicing Wednesday. That's why we have it off, is so you can rest. You know, I told them I'll be here 3 o'clock on Thursday. You could come then. And sure enough, 4 o'clock, like 6 guys showed up.
And
it was great.
It's really interesting because they're just out there forever, and they're not just like half baking it. They're throwing hard and trying and occasionally trying shots. And maybe they and some guys, are practicing serves. For those who are wondering, but it's really it's guys like Johan and Gorka who really don't need the practice. Well, actually, they do need the practice to stay good. But,
I said this before. Johan is like, he has to train every day. He says it. He now you know, he's got a lot going on, and he's got to try to conserve some energy.
Last call for game number 5, singles. Last call.
But he still gets out there at 6:15, and he'll play. You know, he'll warm up really good before that first game. We don't have time to talk about the Partidito now, but I think tonight's going to be a very good Partidito. I every time I say that, I ruin it for everybody.
I've been talking with my friend Mark Butchin is up here, and Mark, who played professionally at a couple of different frontons.
Shout out to Mark!
Yeah, most recently Calder. Well, Mark obviously still loves the game. My issue is
he's in my chair, by the way. I don't know if you gave him permission, or I don't know. I have to talk standing up here tonight. I don't know.
The only thing I don't know is I've never seen Eki in a Partidito. Now, obviously, he's played them. Guys played forever. So I'm interested. That's to me is an unknown. I'm not sure how to judge that.
Right.
As to who I would pick to win. I think it's.
Some people are saying that's going to probably be the difference in the game.
Yeah.
Some people are disappointed with Vicente's season so far. I'll never discount Vicente.
No, and
he's sneaky. You got to keep an eye on that kid.
As we said before, there's less food at the table this year.
Yeah.
For front quarters, thanks to Johan and Oleron.
And
the fact that Tombor is still good and winning a lot of games, and Garcia, when he's not self-destructing with serving mistakes, is winning a lot of games.
Yeah.
So the buffet line is longer now.
And he came back from a very, very serious injury from last season. So he played in the summer a little bit. But let's get game 5 started, and then we'll pick this up on the other side, because I'm going to do the last 3 games in the cage so I could feel the energy up close.
Game 5 is spectacular 7 singles. Mets will serve in post 1. Javier receiving in the blue in post number 2, points doubling after round 1. And the game is on. Point 2. Oleron post 3. With 3, Gorka, post 4. That comes up short, point to 4. Johan, post 5. That's a perfect shot, point to 5. Salai on the goal, post 6. Beautiful catch there by Salaya. Big reverse. Point 6. Argoitia, the brown shirt, post 7. Point 7. Garcia, post 8, completing round 1. Garcia taking some paint off the wall. Point 8. Eight serving the 1. Ahmed says the points are double. Well placed in the bote by Ahmed's point to 1. Each player picks up a point. So let's do this over again. 1 will serve 2, followed by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1 versus 2 to start things again in round 2. Big bounce, point two. Roller on to post three. Remate, Javier, point two. Possible game point for Javier in post two. Here's Gorka, post four. Over, point four. Johan, post five. Two balls on the Devote, not enough to beat Johan. And that will win the point for the five. Celaya post six. Johan overhand for that one, point to five. Now he's got a possible game point. Here's the seven, Argoitia. Big rebote by Johan Argoitia, swinging it back into play. Over his head, point to seven. Garcia, post eight. Garcia's right side, unbeatable, point to the eight. Here's Ahmedson, post number one. Point to one. Holder on, post three. Point three. Returning with a possible game point is Javier in the 2 post. Here's Oleron serving. 3 serving 2. Possible game point for Javier in post 2. Oleron looking for the corner with that right side, finds it, will come out. Javier with a rebote. Oleron, Tejada, Javier coming in. He got it. Backcourt's empty. Double point in game, post number 2. 5 second, 1/3. Javier wins game 5 in post 2. Johan second, post 5. Amets with the show in post number 1. $2.5 exacta, $85.40. $2.5 Quinella, $29. $2.51 trifecta for $2. And the pick 3 we see we do not have a winner. So all 7 all 2 are paying $10, and the third figure here, I think that's going to be 6-7 all, is also 6 all, pardon me, is 10, and the trifecta 251 349.20. Game 6, the pick 4, and superfecta coming up. Game number 6, spectacular 9 doubles game. All right, sports fans.
Yes, are you talking to
anything?
us?
Well, is there anything in the chat? Anything that's come up?
I do want to say hi to La Máquina, my good friend Jose Nava. He used to play here under the name Ulysses, number 43. Great guy. He's one of the Mr. Highlights of the world, and he said hi to me a couple times, and he probably thinks I'm avoiding him, but I'm not. I'm talking and I'm reading, and I'm talking and I'm reading, and I'm just now getting around to saying hello, Yuli.
We had an odd circumstance in Game 5 with the pick 3, which happens every once in a while. We got Game 6 coming up. We got Game 10. I guess we'll talk a little more detail about the Partidito.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because I know you're going to have to go here shortly.
I mean, I love
highlight. We didn't really break it down very much other than to offer that we think Eki is the unknown. What about Aral, I think, has been playing pretty solidly lately.
Yes. Well, fun fact, the last Partidito last week, I when the microphones weren't on, I said a fun fact that Chanica and Campandegui are from the same town, Ondaribi, in the northern part of the Basque Country. And, well, it's all the northern part.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, it's all the northern part. But it's kind of close to the border of France is what I should have said. And another fun fact, Aron and Eki are also from the same town, Vitoria, which is, I guess it's south, way down far away. I've never been there because every time I go and I say, hey, I'd love to go visit the fronton in Vitoria, they tell me, no, don't bother, it's too far away. But, I mean, I drive to Orlando to go to Disney, so how far could it be, right? But anyways, yeah, so they're from the same town. I don't think they've had a lot of experiences playing together because Aron, I think, is younger. I know he's younger. But, yeah, Eki has a lot of Partidito experience. And Aron on Tuesday had a minor, very minor, like maybe even too minor to mention, ankle twist. So he was in
he stumbled. He lost his balance for a second. And kind of
yeah. I mean, it was nothing major. He kept playing. He's still playing. It was bothering him that night. Yesterday he mentioned a little that that it's nothing, but it's something he feels. But I don't think it's going to be a factor. I'm just mentioning it so you know where he is coming in tonight.
I haven't noticed. When I saw it happen, I went, that looked a little weird. That he lost his balance, and it did look funny, but he played through it. He played the rest of the night, so I forgot all about it.
Yeah, he's extremely strong. He's got tree trunks for legs, man. I mean, that guy he's well built. But if you think back of the Partidito that he played last year, he was playing well that week, and then I think he got a little nervous, or he just was off, or something happened, and he didn't really do as well as I think everybody expected. But again, I don't know if that'll be a factor tonight. I don't know if he gets nervous in Partidos. I'm not sure, but I think that team is strong if they play their position. Aron has to go up and attack, and Eki just has to keep him in the point.
And Eki's knowledge of the game is obvious. His positioning, he's in the right place almost all the time. Sneaky left side, doesn't throw it super hard on the right, but he's one of those guys who's putting it where it's like a Greg Maddux type. It's not going to be 97, but it's going to be where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Some people are saying that he looks lazy, that he looks tired, that he looks hurt, that he's got this and that. I mean, that's kind of his style of play. I've seen him play in his peak in Partidos. I watched a lot of old Partidos of him. I think that the main thing with him is that he hasn't played consistently for the last 5 years. Like when he was probably peaking at age 26, 27, he stopped playing for a little while, and then he came back, and then he started playing in Mexico, and then he came back this summer a little bit. We had been talking for 2 or 3 years now about him coming and playing here, and finally his situation led up a little bit so he could come here. But I think that's the main thing with Eki, is that he just hasn't been playing season after season like a lot of the people that he's playing against. I mean, these guys from France, they play all summer. I mean, maybe not Vicente because he got hurt, and Oleron because he plays in different tournaments. But guys like Oyenard and Clement Garcia and Lebois, those guys play dozens of Partidos in the summertime. So when they get here in December, they're pretty good shape.
Down to 3 minutes until we get game number 6. Pick 4 coming up. We've got 2 more Partidos, of course, to settle the quarterfinals, and then we'll start the semifinals January 30th. Have you talked about Johan and Gorka going away for a little working vacation in Guernica? Have you mentioned that?
I'm sorry, I was reading.
That's okay.
I was reading. Can you repeat that?
Well, have we discussed Johan and Gorka's upcoming venture?
Yeah, they're leaving this Saturday night. They play Saturday matinee, and they hop a plane around 10 o'clock at night Saturday. They fly to Bilbao, to Guernica. Then they go they play Monday night the 12th, and then they stay there all week. They're going to play Monday night the 19th, and they hop on another plane on Tuesday the 20th to come back. Some people were asking why Oleron isn't playing instead of Johan, because Johan didn't play 2 of the rounds, and Oleron was a substitute. And that's why, because Johan had an ankle injury, and then Oleron played. Johan could have played the last Partido that Oleron played for him, but he was kind of preparing to come here, and he didn't want to risk it. So that's the skinny on that. Our good friend.
Last call for the 6th game, last call.
He always gets me with that that second mic.
Well, you see that it's always at the 1 minute. So you see the one.
I know. I just got to
coming.
keep an eye on you. I'm reading and talking and reading. Our good friend from Orlando is asking me if we're going to put the Biscayne Cup players in the Canelas, and that's probably going to be a no. I mean, I don't have the final say in that. I pushed for it last year. Goico, which is their manager or their player manager, whatever you want to call it, he feels that it's going to take away from the actual performance in the Biscayne Cup, and it's true. This time around, last time it was only, I think it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and this time it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And they're going to be playing a lot of Partidos, and these Partidos they're exhausting. It's 2 15-point sets, and then a tiebreaker if necessary. So They might spot in here or there, but if I had to guess right now, the answer to the Canella play would be no.
All right. You staying around for one more, or are you going to head to the office?
No, I'm going to go sit at my assigned seat for a few minutes, do a couple things, and then I'm going to sit in the cage games 8, 9, and 10, so I could again feel the heat and feel the passion and feel the fire that you don't get to see on from the announcers booth or on YouTube.
Cage cam. That's the next step.
Let me tell you, I have seriously thought about that because, again, for those who think that these guys don't care, these guys throw stuff and they kick and scream, and sometimes it drives me back.
Just like the announcers booth. So
yeah. All right, guys. Well, enjoy the show. Enjoy the Partidito.
Hi, man.
Dave and I may touch up on it tomorrow. A little recap afterwards. I'll be free to come up a couple of times, but have a great night. Enjoy it, and thanks again for the support.
It's time for game number 6. Spectacular 9 doubles in the beginning of the pick 4. Javier and Ken Pendeghi, post 1, Sterling and Garcia, and Urachua in post number 2. Points are doubling after the opening round, and this is a 9-point game. Here we go, game 6. Point 2. Chanika and Gorka, post 3. Point 2. Bowler on the Nell, post 4. Underserve, point to 4. Here's the 5, Solaya and Arguitia. Underserve, point to 5. Tom Borendale, Passion, post 6. Overserve, point 6. In post 7's Brown, Amet's Atine. Point 6. Libois, Laborde, La Poste 8. Tambor into the wall. Beautifully handled by a Tyne. Look at that, beautiful rebote by Tambor, point to the 6. Now the 1, Javier and Ken Pendeggi. This is a double point game being played to 9. And still Pesh. Ripping remate by Javier, point to 1. Here's Chanika and Gorka, post 3. Point 3. The 2, Garcia and Urachua. Right at him, but Chanika able to handle it. Point 3. Holder on and then elbows 4. And a whistle there, that ball was juggled, point 2, post 3. Celaya and Argoitia on the 5 post. Amate, almost a catch by Chanika, but Celia's shot just a little bit too good. Point to 5. 5 serving 7. Amet's in a tie. And a Dejada will be a 2-bounce winner from Amet's, point to 7. Libois Laborde in the 8. Point 2, post number 8. Each team has at least 1 point. Here is Tombor and Delpeche, post 6. Cortada winner, point to 6. Javier Campendegui back in post 1. One bounce, 2 bounces, 2 points for post 1. Garcia and Urachua post 2. We 2 on a hard throw by Garcia. Oleron and Donnell, post 4. So now recovering, had that ball bounce over his cesta, puts the rebote in play. Garcia. Into the wall goes Oleron. One to four. Janika and Gorkin, post three. And that ball juggled. 1 to 3. Possible game point for Chanika and Gorkin, post 3. This is Salaya and Arguitia, post 5. Salaya unable to hang on. Point end game to post number 3. Coming in second, the 6. And now for show, one will serve 2. Show point, the loser of this point will finish 4th. One to the 1. 2 is 4th. Janika and Gorka, the winners of game number 6 in post 3, with Tombor and Del Pesh second to post 6. Show the 1, Javier and Campandegui, and the 2 is third, Garcia with Arachua. The 10-cent superfecta, $768.50, so the $1 version will be $768.50. Exacta 3.6, $79.60. Quinella 3.6, $25. 3.61, $2 try, $321.40. And the Super 3.612 is mentioned, $768.50. So the first number in tonight's pick 4 is a 3. Game 7 starts the late pick 3. It is spectacular 7 doubles. Don't forget about the Partidito coming up tonight, just a few minutes after game 9. So you won't have to wait long because we don't take anything other than win bets. The betting is obviously quite simple. The players get just a few minutes to warm up. Just a couple of rules that are a little bit different than what you may be used to if you have not seen a Partidito before. If you have, you've heard this speech a bunch. 15 points, no double points. The first to 15 wins, period. We don't do win by 2 here. Unlike the typical Quinella game, you are allowed to hit the sidewall first with your serve. It's okay in a Partidito. You don't see it that often, but if you do see it, it's legal. You're allowed 1 overserve in a point, but no underserve. An underserve is an immediate loss of point, as it normally is. But if you overserve the first time, you get a second serve. The other rule that's a little bit unusual compared to other sports is that only the team that won a point can call for a timeout. You don't get to call timeout if you lose a point, and there will inevitably be at least 1, maybe 2 breaks in a Partidito, but only the winning team can call for that break. Otherwise, it's the same game you're used to. That's coming up with the Raw and Eki, the number 4 overall seed, and the number 5 seed, their opponent, Vicente in the front court, and Oyardi in the back. Last call for game 7. Game 7, spectacular 7 doubles. Aral and Donnell in post 1, with the Mets and Ken Pendeghi receiving the serve in post number 2. Game is on. Now Matt Skills the point for the 2. Here's post 3, Johan and Laborde. And Pendeghi with a catch. And reached out by Laborde. Wait 2. Lebon OERD post 4 in the green. Pendeghi at the back wall. That's to the inside. Lebois jumped on it. What a shot. That stayed inbounds. A beauty by Mets. Point to 2. Tom Boranecki in the black at post 5. Ken Pendeghi charging in, powerful right side. Eki into the wall, but caused it to make a difficult throw, point to 2. Vicente in a time, post 6 in the goal. Point 2. Now Celaya and Urachua post 7. Point to 2. 6 in a row, and it's a possible game point for Mets and Ken Pendeghi in post 2. Here's Javier and Delpeche in post number 8. 2 as a possible game point. The 8. 8 serving the 1 as the points double. That's a wrong with Donnell. Point of the 8. Post 3, Johan and Laborde. Aboard with the bote pronto. Point to 3. Lebois and Oyard post 4. Laborde with a tough catch at line 13. Point 3. Tom Borenecki, post 5. Point to the 3. Possible game point now for post 3. Johan and Laborde. Here's the 6, Vicente and a tie, and possible game point for post number 3. They have 6 points. Out of play. Double pointing game to the 3. 2 second, 8 third. Game 7 winners, Johan and Laborde at post number 3. The 2 is second. That's Ahmetson, Ken Pendeghi. Show to the 8, Javier and Del Pesh. 3-2 exacta, 42-40. Quinella 2 and 3 for 34. 3-2-8, $2 trifecta, 417. In the pick 3, the opening number is a 3, which is also the second number in the pick 4. Game 8 starts the late daily double. No scratches to report. It too is spectacular 7 scoring. Take a moment to tell you that our broadcast is brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center, where they speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Tonight's uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Champions Corner open tonight over by the back wall under the yellow sign. Is sponsored by Dolphin Jewelers. We thank them for that. You can treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers just down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach, where they buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention High Life for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And for our Connecticut fans, place those highlight wagers at mywinners.com, the #1 betting outlet in the state of Connecticut. mywinners.com, where Connecticut bets on highlight. Last call for betting on game number 8. This is last call. Game 8 features the late daily double. Game 8 is a spectacular 7 doubles game. It starts the late daily double with Vicente and a tie in post 1, serving to Olaran and Arguechi at post 2. Vicente puts it away with a 1. Tabor and Urachua, post 3. Cortada caught easily by Vicente. Left side and point to the 1. Aral and Del Pesh post 4. Inside, that'll be a 2-bounce winner, point to 4. Chanika and Gorka, post 5. Scooped up there by Gorka, goes over the top of the right side. 1 to 5. Garcia, Ken Pendeghi, post 6. To the inside, multiple bounces, 6 scores, and post 7, Lebois and Oyardi. Point to 6. Johan and Ecke in the 8 post. Ramate by Johan, point to the 8. Double point round. Here's Olaran and Arguechi at post 2. Point 8. Tambor Urachua, post 3. Running scoop by Ecke. Johan right there. Overhand right and handled well in the backcourt by Urachua. Point to the 8. Possible game point for the 8. Johan with Ecke. Here's Vicente in a tie at post number 1. Point to 1. Post 4, Aron and Delpeche. Point to the 1. Vicente and a tie facing possible game point. Here's Shanika and Gorka, post 5. Double point in game number 1. 8 second, 6 third. Game 8 won by the 1, Vicente and a time. The 8 second, Johan Wadecki, and the 6 third, Garcia and Ken Pendeghi. The 1-8 exact is $67. The 1-8 Quinella, $5.60. The 186 trifecta, $474.80. The first half of the daily double is a 1. Game 9 is our last Quinella game of the evening. It is singles, spectacular 9 scoring with a superfecta. And then a few minutes following game number 9 will be the Partidito, Aral and Eki versus Vicente and Oyardi. That'll be played to 15 points coming up. Again, with the win betting, obviously it doesn't take long to bet on that, so we won't have a lot of time in between games 9 and 10. The winners of this Partidito will advance, take on Johan and Gorka on January 30th in the semifinals. Post time for game number 9 singles is 5 minutes away. Last call for betting game 9. This is Game 9 Single Spectacular 9 scoring and features the Superfecta and concludes the daily double, pick 3 and 4. Johan serving in the red of post 1, OARD in the blue, post 2. And the game is on. Scoop, Johan, remate, Johan, point, Johan. The 1 will serve to the 3, Libois. Over serve, point 3. Vicente, post 4. To 4. Here's a tie at post 5. Too low, point of the 4. Eki, post 6 in the gold. Point 6. Janika in the brown, post 7. From the wood, this is Janika, dropping it off delicately, but a quick return from Eki, and that'll be point to 6. Oran, purple to post 8, concluding round 1. Point of the 8. The double point round starts with OERD in post 2. This is a 9-point game. Double point for the 2. Johan, post 1. Too high, out of play. Point 2. Libois, post 3. Over serve, point 3. A tie in post 5. Check jack for a tie in point to 5. Here's Vicente at the 4 post. Point to 5. Here's Shanika, post 7. Point of the 5. Tyne serving to Eki in post number 6. Tough dig by Eki. Tyne backed up. 8-line right side looking for the passing shot. He'll get it. And that'll be a winner for the 5. Possible game point for Tyne in post 5. Here's a raw in post number 8. That's going to be a double point for the 8. Johan, post 1. Chick-chack, point of 1. Boyardee, post 2. High hopper, point of 1. Lebois, post 3. Johan trying to get the low line drive, but Lebois was in good position. This will come out for Rebote. That really carried. Dies down. Lebois saves it. Johan will back up a little bit on the wood. Powerful right side. Lebois, great catch. Heavy duty right side. Lebois is going to save it though. Johan in retreat will make the catch easily. That ball is out. Point 3. Now Vicente, post 4. Perfect placement by Lebois, point to 3. Possible game point for Lebois in post 3. Here's Chanika in post number 7. Possible game point 3. Double pointing game to the 3, 5 second, 1 third, 2 fourth. Game 9 winners, Lebois post 3, Atine second post 5, Johan third post 1, Oyard fourth in post 2. You'll see him in a moment. $3.5 exacta for $113.20. The Quinella $166, $516 for the trifecta, $773.90 for the superfecta, $77.39 for the 10-cent version, $77 for the 1-3 daily double. 3 out of 4 paying $15.20 in the pick 4. So the carryover for the matinee tomorrow, $223.45. We'll be here at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and hopefully you will be too. And a 3-1-3 pick 3, $242.40. All right, it is time in just a few minutes for the second quarterfinal partido between Aron and Eki, taking on Vicente and Oyardi. 15 points, no double points. You get win betting only, 5 minutes post till game number 2. All right, again, let's go over the differences in the rules. Number one, we've mentioned no double points. It is the first of 15. If we're tied at 14, and it's happened before several times in this tournament, if we're tied at 14, the next point is the last point. You are allowed one overserve per point, but if you don't get the second serve in, you lose the point. And an underserve, as always, is an immediate loss of point. Also, you can use the sidewall for your serve. In other words, the serve is allowed to hit the sidewall first. It's not a common tactic, but if you see it, it is legal. Also, you will from time to time see a player or a team request a timeout. Only the team that won a point can do that. So let's say post 1 wins a point, halfway through the partido decide they want to take a break, they can call the timeout. The other team cannot. Other than that, it's the same game you know, and it'll begin in about a minute. We'll meet our 4 players and get on with our second partido. Next Friday, we'll have our third partido, seeds 3 versus 6. And then the 2 versus 7 matchup will be in 2 weeks. Then on January 30th, the winner of this Partidito will take on Johan and Gorka, the #1 overall seeds, who have already advanced to the semifinals. All of this will wrap up on Friday, February 13th, and then the following week will be the Biscayne Cup. It's coming back to Dania Beach Highlight. We'll have a lot more details, but one thing I think we can tell you safely, that the winner of the Dania Beach Invitational gets a spot in the Biscayne Cup. Some of the finest players in the world will be in South Florida for that event. That'll be the week following. And there's a lot more details to give you as they're coming together, but it's going to be a fascinating week of highlight in February. Let's meet our teams very quickly here. The #4 overall team. We know him as several years in the front court here now at Dania Beach Highlight, Aron. And his partner enjoying his first time here, South Florida, Eki. The backcourt, 2 Dania veterans in post 2. The front court is Vicente and the backcourt are Oyardi, the #5 overall seeds. Ready to go, 15 points. Play this without a double point to be seen. Aron Eki will have the serve. And here we go with the Partidito. Great catch there by Oyardi. First point to the 2, they'll serve, leading 1-0. Point to 2. (2-0) Vicente and OERD. Overserve, second service. Reminder, you are allowed 1 overserve. Perfect inside placement. Aron cut that close, but he got it. Point to 1. It's 2-1. Vicente and OERD in front. Barely alive on that point. Vicente going for the big right side. Eki. It's out. It's 3-1. Vicente and OERD. Great catch there by Eki. Scooped up beautifully there by Aron. Big, heavy left side, driving Vicente back. And Eki, a smooth catch. Touch to the backcourt, point to the 1. The score is now Vicente and OERD 3, Aron and Eki 2. Handled at the apex there by Eki. He pinned in the corner, trying to escape. Scooped up by Eki, left side. And Oyardi with a counter scoop. Going to try the outside placement. Oh, Aron picked a pocket. Cortada is going to be caught by Vicente. Almost a Chula. Aron sweeping the Demote back into play. Vicente, a one-handed haul. And that was tipped. Great point. It's now 4-2. Vicente and Oyardi with the lead. Over serve, second service. Eki shooting 2-all from the wood. Vicente run that down, comes back with a cortada, and that'll be a 2-bounce winner. Another point for the two. They lead 5-2. Big left side. Vicente backpedaling. Able to get a lot on that Rebote. Aron. Oyardi called for it. Oyardi, Cortada. Change pace there. It's 6-2. One to the one. It is 6-3. Vicente and Oyardi with the lead. And are we headed for a timeout here? Looks like it. Ron's taking his hand out of his basket. So looks like we're going to have our first break of the match. Again, that's dictated by the team that won the prior point. So it's 6-3. take a look on the big board at what's coming up next in the Dania Beach Invitational. Tambor and Argoitia will be taking on Libois and Denel. That'll be 3 versus 6. And that is on Friday night, 16th. And then on the 23rd, the number 7 seed, Oleron and Laborde. And the number 2, Garcia and Atine. 2 very different teams and styles of play going on in that match. So that'll be really entertaining. All these are going to be fun. And then Johan and Gorka come back to play. They'll take on the winner of the Partidito you're watching right now on January 30th. Then the next semi will be Friday, February 6th. And then on the Thursday night, the 12th, keep an eye out for this third place game. Don't sleep on this game. We've had some really good ones. And then, of course, we'll put the bow on it on February 13th, a 21-point Partidito for the championship. We resume with Aral and Eki serving. They trail 3-6. Oyardi making that catch. The throw is out of play. Another point for Aral and Eki. It is 6-4. Vicente off the tough catch. Eki taking a little paint with the ball. Vicente trying for the pass, is able to clear the backcourt. Eki will swing it in, right to Vicente. Cortada there, point 2. Vicente and Oyardi now 7-4. To the inside. Just right, point to 1. It's 7-5. Over serve, second service. Boyardee with a terrific grab there. Eki coming off the right side, and good positioning for Vicente. Point to the 2 is now 8-5, Vicente and Boyardee. Over serve, second service. Another Dejada by Oran, another point for the one. It is 8-6. Big left side by Aram. Vicente, the rebote from the floor. Aram's got a chance to cut it off. He does. Cortada, and Vicente was right there waiting. Vicente from the 4 line. He throws Cortada. Oh, wrong! Into the wall to make the catch. Boyardee will try to pass with a picada. It's going to be cut off by Aram. This time the inside placement got hung up in the basket, ended up going down the middle. Eki's rebote in play and inside. Boyardee having to scramble a bit. He caught it. He goes big with the left side. Aram backpedaling. Boyardee scooping. Nicely handled the bote corrido by Eki. Vicente's great catch and a very nasty left side Point to the 2. Vicente and OERD now lead 9-6. Overserve, second service. There's a point of the 1. So it stays close at 9-7. Aral and Eki have regained the serve. Serve caught, and this time Vicente uses the inside placement. It's 10-7, Vicente and OERD. Remember the target here, 15 points. Aral catches the serve, tries to split him, and a great grab by OERD. Eki right on top of it, goes outside, and it was out. Out. Point to the Vicente OERD combo. Their lead now up to 11-7. That checked up, and a point to Aral and Eki. So it's 11-8. Aral and Eki will get the serve back, and all right, are we going to continue to play, or are they going to take a timeout? I think we'll play on. 11-8. Aral serving. Twelve to 8. Too low on the 2 walls. Score now 13-8, favoring Vicente and Oyardi. It's a good right side by Eki, but Oyardi's playing well. It's 13-9, as you might have heard. Aron Eki will get the chance to serve, trailing by 4. Nice catch there by Eki on a tough left side. Got away from him just a bit. Oyardi's on it. Vicente to the cement for the save. Beautiful grab by Vicente. Big left side off the back wall or off of the rebote. Goes right side with it. Clips the wall. Point to the 1. It's 13-10. Aron and Eki hold the serve. Eki really played that nicely. That was a fine rebote by Vicente. And it's 14-10, meaning Vicente and Oyardi have a series of possible Partidito points. Eki getting clever with that left side, Cortada, and that'll do it. The Partidito won by Vicente and Oyardi. Well played, Partidito. All 4 in very good form. But Vicente and Oyardi defeating Aron and Eki. Take a look on the board. The final point, Eki tried to go 2 walls. Vicente right there. The Cortada, and Aron not able, unfortunately, to make the catch. So Vicente and Oyardi have advanced to the semifinals of the Dania Beach Invitational. They'll take on Johan and Gorka on January 30th. Our broadcast tonight was brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. We'll have those results in a moment. The winning ticket, by the way, paid $3.20. $3.20 for the win. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Tonight's uniforms proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Our Champions Corner sponsor, and Champions Corner will be back tomorrow, by the way, and Sunday, is Dolphin Jewelers, where you can treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers right down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention Highlight for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And for our friends and fans in Connecticut, place your Highlight wagers at mywinners.com. The #1 betting outlet in the state of Connecticut, mywinners.com, where Connecticut bets on Highlight. That's all for tonight. We hope you enjoyed the Partidito as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. We'll be back at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and also we have a 10-game performance tomorrow night at 7 right here inside the casino at Dania Beach at Dania Beach Highlight. On behalf of all of us here at the Fronton, Dave Lamont saying so long from the Sunshine State. See you at 1 p.m. Mañana.